Another day to watch those poor creatures suffer. What the hell? Where has my wife gone? She better not be visiting those plebs underground. Even though they live in the same area, their lives are so different. Well, these guys are just assholes. Creatures above the ground live a good life, but it saddens me to see how the poor creatures under the ground are forced to live. What do you feel, Chemo? I think we should eat the rich. Where do you think you're going? Only people who live up here are allowed an audience with the queen. Not from around here, are you? That's even worse. Go now, leave. Don't even think about entering the queen's throne room. What? Don't listen to them! Let me through. Just run past. They can't get me. Dude, I could easily outrun these guys. Come on. Repair! Now we yeet into the skies. I think I avoided these guys. Screw you. Screw you guys. We did it. We reached the highest peak of Rossiate Thicket. What? This is like a human? Thou art here, trespasser. One who hath engraved misery and put my people in shambles shall not escape my wrath. Everyone was a bug, and now there's just like a lady with tentacles. Smack. Oh god, I'm getting knocked back. Gameplay. Oh shit. Smack you in the face. Can I do something about this? Smack it. Oh, we're playing ping pong. Shit. Oh, ping pong time. Boop. I've trained for this. Let's go. That laser, like, that doesn't seem like it tells you where that's supposed to be. What? Dude, that was not even close to that red marker. That red marker is such a scam. How long is this? Oh no! No, dude, come on! No, dude, I can't reach it. Good jump. There we go. Absorb the goop. Like, are we not gonna be concerned about how, like, I can just do that, by the way? Peace blossomed in all places, touched by the light. Geez, that was fast. And divine blessings gave birth to joy and prosperity, but the shadow will trail ever as far throughout the land as the light will reach. What the light can't touch will belong to the shadow. That's how it should be. Could have talked a little slower there, bud, but... Okay. Press Y while airborne to throw grapple. So I just get a grapple for anywhere now? Can that be used on, like, anything? Oh, it's like a little... Okay. This is the horizontal grapple. Oh, hi guys. We should go back and purify Lucenti's fragment now. Oh, I thought those guys were gonna be mad at me because I snuck past. What are you talking about? I've pretty much told you everything I know. I wouldn't hide anything from you. We're friends, Chemo. What? That's kind of sus to say that. Throw an orb. I honestly haven't been using these at all. I like spam slashing. I like check out, oh look, it's the new thing I got. I got Ori Grenade, let's go. And then I never use it. You again. See, I was about to go back to my house, but it turns out the path is completely blocked off by a bunch of rocks. Or you can lift things up or make boulders move here and there. So how about you move those rocks for me? You hit me a lot before, so it's the least you could do to apologize. Whoa. That was a pretty big movement there. Heap ho, there we go, all rocks lifted. Notan can go home without any trouble. Is that a flower over there? Still gotta look for my daughter, Elle. Sorry we couldn't find a white flower! Or your daughter anywhere. I wonder where a white flower would be. I've never seen one. Chat, can anyone find the white flower? Then there was an earthquake one day, a big one. Big chunky boulder fell in the back, almost crushing the whole house. I think she was crushed by a boulder and is now dead. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but let me know if you really find my daughter, alright? Can we talk about the white flower on the screen right there? Okay. I guess it's not important. Where am I even trying to go? Oh, fine. Saved. Don't mind me, I'm fine. Just vibrating a bit. Just a little excited here. The ground is very fluffy around here. More key doors. Well, that was kind of scary. Oh, come on, there was another one up there. Just get back up. Levitate. Oh shit. Save it! Save it! Oh. Potato. Ah, potato! Violent potato. What, is the potato too strong to possess? There we go. Jump inside the creature. Why do I always have to do this? I can't just like ride on the creature? How do I escape? Eaten by a potato. No, more potatoes. See, the problem with the potatoes is they get stuck. Blue. I can skip this potato. This guy skip. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We opened up the floor, let's go! Hello, little bugs. Running out of silk. Hopefully you're not running out of song as well. These ones are all... Always stay hydrated, thank you, bug. Bug friend. One of the best, most complete, extravagant, and traveler-friendly wear shop known all across Lumina. Pish. You remind me of Posh. Oh, you're not Posh. You're a different guy. Posh Pish. My wares are so much better than my brother's. Mine are naturally better and higher quality and sparkly. They're slightly more expensive. The tax rate is higher here. The tax rate. Well, you're making it sound like this is literally a scam. I might as well buy from here. One of these, and another one of these. I just want to commit tax fraud, that's all I want. When do I get that ability? You excited, Chemo? Because I sure am. Let's defeat the Titan in this place and purify the fragment. I was thinking I might need to find another entrance to this in like the greater world map, but is anything even further right on the world map? Oh, there I am.
It's a Sunday, January 21st, 2018. A 44-second video is uploaded to the Minecraft forum with the caption,
"Found a way back again."
Despite the wording, Vale2_ had never posted before, but their only other comment gave people the first clue to their disappearance, the most insane unsolved mystery in Minecraft.
Left under the red arch.
Where is Vale2_?
Stop, I think I left you caught me in the rough. He's got a feeling I'm not good enough. Slow, ain't got time, it's not enough for me. You say to try anyway, but I don't know, 'cause I'm stuck in place. And I'll try to change, maybe I'll find a new name. Try something different, 'cause you don't know, and that's okay. I'll find a way another day, I'll try to make it work. Thank God I froze, 'cause I need more time. Tried taking a walk, but going backwards, so next time I'll know, I'll take my lessons. I think I'll be better then. I got something to tell you, 'cause I've got no time. And it's always the same, and I'll never grow. Find something to change, try something I don't know. And I'll get by okay, I'll play my games. You say to try anyway, but I don't know, 'cause I'm stuck in place. But I'll try to change, maybe I'll find a new name. Try something different, 'cause you don't know, but that's okay. I'll find a way another day, I'll try to make it work. Thank God I froze, 'cause I need more time. I tried taking a wall, but going backwards, so next time I'll know, I'll take my lessons. I think I'll be better then. I got something to tell you, but I can't find words, I can figure it out. I'll do something better, oh no.
World. At face value, it's the weirdest, ugliest thing I've played all year. Fly through nothingness and everythingness with absolutely no music whatsoever while shooting at enemies that sound like If you saw this on an Instagram reel, you'd laugh at it. I mean, that's exactly how I found out about it. After sinking hour after hour into this void, I realized that this isn't just some whatever game that someone threw together in a couple months. It's essentially Minecraft's estranged weird uncle that's low-key super chill when you get to know him. And I wrote this line before I figured out that someone beat me to the punch with the Minecraft metaphor. It's a game with no crafting and no mining, but infinite depth. This video is a deep dive into a technological marvel that intends to break your mind. But it's also a story about loneliness, the horrors of a fourth dimension, and what happens when you try to comprehend and live within infinity itself. So yeah, get ready, because we're gonna be diving real deep.
Hello, kitsy cats.
This cat, I'm guessing, is the developer's cat, but what I know for sure is that it actually indicates the difficulty of your game. The cat means that you're playing on normal.
Hello, kitsy cats.
This cat, I'm guessing, is the developer's cat, but what I know for sure is that it actually indicates the difficulty of your game. The cat means that you're playing on normal difficulty. I'm a normal difficulty first, hardest difficulty later type of guy. Even if I'm on normal difficulty, this game can get really, really tough, and I'll explain why later. This cat will remain at the very bottom left of my screen to help me feel safer while exploring this world, and if I didn't want it there for any reason, I'm not sure I can turn it off anyway, so it's good that I like him. This game begins with a dense and comprehensive tutorial which may, at times, dissuade players from going further into a game. There's a lot of reading, a lot of drawings and maps, and a lot of it is important, and some of it is just simply good to know, but less important for sure. Mainstream games like Minecraft are deeply complex, but have a relatively simple onboarding process that even the most casual gamers can follow. They have simple interfaces built to make sure the player is acutely aware of all the basic tools at their disposal, and they additionally have those hidden mechanics that the player is bound to naturally come across as they continue their journey through the game. Even I, as a game developer, have a rule to make sure my tutorials are as short and snappy as possible. Typically, games also have the help of what came before. Minecraft takes all these things from other games that have existed for a while now, so that seasoned gamers and casual ones alike are able to pick up on the game's mechanics quickly and just get to having fun. Fractal Block World, despite seeming like it, is nothing like Minecraft or almost any other game I've played, and because of that, this game requires a lot of hand-holding throughout. This tutorial is long, and despite half of it being skippable, is still pretty lengthy if you decide to read it at all, and for me, that's okay. I think the funniest part about it is that since there's so much text in the tutorial area and the game as a whole, you're really only going to retain about 10% of that information if you're really paying attention. For me, that's okay. I think the funniest part about it is that since there's so much text in the tutorial area and the game as a whole, you're really only going to retain about 10% of that information if you're really paying attention. But reading it at all makes it easy to be a bit more prepared, or at the least less lost or surprised when you encounter a new concept. I was curious to see if this game could blow me away, and blow me away it did. Because of its biggest and most mind-blowing feature, a fourth dimension. The ability to shrink to the size of 1/16 of a block, or grow 16 times the size of a block, which completely flips the game on its head and provides a layer of complexity I've never seen before. This initially large tutorial area can be shrunk down into this little funky looking green worm, and that is when my mind was blown for the first time. The game just did its first and most impressive mic drop.
Was this entire tutorial just this?
Since I've never seen this type of idea before, it is a game that is tough to wrap your head around at the beginning, and that's okay. Every second of figuring out the size mechanic was fun, and it forced me to think completely differently about how I move around. Typically in a game, you see a mountain, you can go towards it, and eventually climb the top of it. In this one, you fly through the world to a mountain in the distance, but with this fourth dimension, in a sense. You can fly as fast as possible to that mountain in the distance, but it might be so large compared to you that it doesn't move at all. It doesn't even look like it's moving towards you. But if you grow twice, you can get there within 10 seconds and explore what it has to offer. However, maybe you need to shrink again when you're closer to see the details of the mountain now that you're much closer to it. In a world where you could just grow and shrink to get everywhere, what's the point of it all though? Since that you're much closer to it. In a world where you could just grow and shrink to get everywhere, what's the point of it all though? Since the world is effectively infinite, what is our goal as the player? Early on, the game urges you to find the inner core of the world, but optionally, you may also explore each area this game has to offer. To an extent, you have to explore a lot of this world. Similarly to other exploration-based games, Fractal Block World has a ton of points of interest to explore, and they spawn constantly around the world at different sizes, requiring you to shrink or grow to be able to enter them. Every block is made up of an inconceivable amount of other blocks. To make matters more complicated, almost every biome is also composed of more microbiomes. Enter a forest, shrink more, find another microscopic forest. Enter a tree, shrink more, find yet another forest in there. I don't know how, it's just how it works. It makes no sense at first, but another forest, another microscopic forest. Enter a tree, shrink more, find yet another forest in there. I don't know how, it's just how it works. It makes no sense at first, but the more you expose yourself and spend time with the world around you, the more things begin to just click and you figure out how to go further and what further even means at the end of the day. It's funny because just the other month, I was going back to one of my favorite games ever made, a Mario 64 ROM hack called B3313. And that game also features a very non-Euclidean maze-like approach to exploration, where the puzzle revolves around figuring out patterns and memorizing things through repetition or trying your hardest to map it out and realizing eventually that your map sort of just looks like this. Because of Fractal Block World's mathematical precision and upfront no bullshit design, I quickly learned to navigate a universe that is inherently incomprehensible by a human mind, and the fact that I'm able to confidently say that is indicative of this game's successful introduction. Despite how good Fractal Block World is at introducing the player to its world, everything visually and audibly seems so basic and to an extent, very ugly. Want to hear what this game's soundtrack sounds like? Yeah, it doesn't have one. Noticeably, the sound in the game actually feels as though the various noises were recorded in a bathroom over the course of 3 minutes. When the game boots up, you hear the funniest line of what I believe is a developer putting on a voice and saying, "Welcome. Welcome."
What the That's actually a sound the game makes. Wait, hold on.
It's rudimentary, but it's so unique and endearing in a way. And the graphics, they clearly look terrible, but one thing I learned from games like Cruelty Squad, don't judge a book by how messed up the pages look. Rudimentary, but it's so unique and endearing in a way. And the graphics, they clearly look terrible, but one thing I learned from games like Cruelty Squad, don't judge a book by how messed up the pages look. I believe they had to look like this so the game wouldn't blow up any computer that attempts to load it up. Even if it looks like garbage at first sight, there's something that's so pretty about it as you grow accustomed to the abstract blocks, the shapes they create, and even the spherical enemy design throughout the game. These initially eccentric design choices grew on me and provided me with a greater sense of what this game is attempting to do. This world is alien in its design and concept, and its graphics and lack of music elevate this experience further. The world does not care about you, so the music shall not play, and the graphics will not pretty themselves up for you, and the noises won't make any sense. The graphics will be mathematically perfect, but this perfection can be very ugly. But honestly, the plethora of colors and patterns make it quite a sight of its own. As you play, you get used to it, and you start to see the beauty on the game's own terms. While you travel, it's a certainty that you'll encounter the game's spherical enemies. Some are cute, others look like eldritch abominations, most of them stand completely still, and all of them are perfectly round. This game's design of spheres shooting bullets at you and killing you with their gaze is super simple, yet so incredible in how engaging it is. At first, enemies don't really deal enough damage to kill you until you shrink low enough and find that some enemies stay large and become more dangerous, causing you to have to grow, eliminate them, then shrink, or play with angles to conceal yourself physically from the enemies whenever possible. When going even deeper, you'll find new enemies, and eventually they'll do more damage to you than you could ever think. It's to the point where, in some places, you won't deal adequate damage to make it out of a situation safely no matter what. If you move too deep into enemy territory, realized you're losing health too quickly just a bit too late, it's basically over for you.
I just instantly...
A bit too late, it's basically over for you.
I just instantly died.
Which is fine, I mean, you don't lose a lot if you die. Just a bit of gold, a bit of a setback to your last respawn point that you set, and all of the ammo for every weapon except for the weakest one, plasma. Getting bullets is generally easy, enemies drop all sorts of collectibles, and most of the time you get your ammo back through combat, and generally a snowball begins where your ammo populates and your arsenal is adequate enough to survive an onslaught of enemies you were stuck on before. Now, it's one thing to have the ammo, it's another thing to have the upgrades you need to deal enough damage in the first place. The deeper you go, the stronger the enemies typically are. Even if the combat can at times seem straightforward, these complications are what makes it so deep. Rats are weak to poison bullets, while slivers are so spongy, it's much more effective to just freeze them with your laser and fly past them as fast as possible. Don't bother with bullets. Just don't. The game tells you these through the text boxes that litter the world, but other times you just have to infer what to do. Like, I figured out on my own that enemies spawn in dense clusters at times and can be easily dispatched with a ricochet bullet that also makes sounds like this. The dungeons that randomly spawn in the world are your best friend, even though they can be confusing, long, and filled with dangerous enemies or gimmicks of their own. At the end of a dungeon, there's almost always a set of both temporary and permanent rewards. These can vary from ammo refills to entire ammo upgrades like projectile speed, max ammo, and damage. You can also get some gold and health upgrades, as well as temporary health increases to help you through those high damage areas, just for a little bit. The game urges you to stay in your area for long enough to not only learn how to progress forwards, but to also be strong enough to fight those more spongy and high damaging enemies in the later game. The game also urges you to go through the dungeons for temporary health and armor buffs that can give you extra strength to push through an area you're under-leveled for, since sometimes the difficulty spikes before dying down again, like when you shrink to find that enemies are swarming the area around you and can deal an insane amount of damage. So combat is essentially deep, but not that deep. It's a complex system that generally comes down to a simple numbers game. Sometimes it's a puzzle, other times it's just blindly shooting or ignoring things because they don't deal enough damage or give enough XP to really worry about. The dungeons are also a great distraction and took up a lot of my time in the early game when I was just trying to grasp the basics, and even later on when I was digging deeper towards the inner core. Most of them are elaborate randomized mazes, so they can get stale quick, but they're also all given a new font every time you enter a new one. Pyramid-like structures that have a predictable strategy to make it to the end, and then randomized maze boxes that are completely unique and rely on your navigational skills. I even had to learn to use markers about halfway through the game because these mazes can get complicated quick and you're gonna have to leave some breadcrumbs behind just to know where you're going. Some of them are large and lengthy, others are short and snappy, and every time you get to the treasure room, it feels proportionally worth it to the time and effort spent inside them, which ties back into that mathematical precision this game is built upon. Eventually, navigation is what everything boils down to, thinking about what places are not worth entering and what places will lead you deeper into this fractal world. In fact, before I realized how this game worked, I was stuck in one of the first areas, the Ying Forest, for an embarrassingly long time, trying to wrap my head around why I can't find a way to leave. I kept shrinking deeper into the forest thinking it'll eventually shift into something else, and instead I just found difficult enemies, lots of deaths and restarts, and more forest. What really got the ball rolling for me was actually reading the text boxes and actively staying on track, because when I said the dungeons are a great distraction, I really meant it. It helps to read, though, seriously. It describes the way forward for you very plainly. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, you are in X area. To proceed forth, find a Y structure and shrink until you can enter it. It's simple on paper, but then finding those places and figuring out how far to shrink, how strong you'd have to be to make it in without instantly being DPS'd to death, that's what makes it a challenge. Like when you get into Stony Air, you realize it's not very simple to shrink. You have to find these maze cubes where the maze is optional, so long as you can survive a hallway of damage-dealing enemies that can't be killed quickly. I distinctly remember finding the text box that said to find a yellow cube and shrink until you can enter. I found one, shrank down, and it was still just a box of solid walls. What I was supposed to do was shrink further and then enter, but what I actually did was try looking for a one block little hole somewhere on it, and when I spent 10 minutes navigating all 6 sides of this yellow cube, I just gave up, grew, and went somewhere else until eventually rotating back to a different yellow cube an inconceivable distance away, and finally figuring out that I just had to look a little deeper. Navigation itself is a puzzle since the game holds your hand just enough to help you make heads or tails of things, but also not too much to make the exploration feel warranted and exciting. This game explains everything just enough, and it kind of reminds me of my girlfriend. When I don't listen even a little bit, something always goes wrong. She's gonna hate that one. When I didn't listen to these text boxes even a little, I would get lost, and when I did listen, I would eventually find exactly where to go just by keeping a simple rule in mind from the text boxes I came across, like look for this object or explore this area. A lot of this hand-holding sounds annoying, but in reality it genuinely works towards the game's successful formula of following the text messages strewn about and helping the player to formulate a visual guess of where to go. It additionally helps the player find their way deeper into the lore of the game, which can be a bit confusing, but it's there and has me very intrigued. The lore of the game mostly flew over my head, but little bits and pieces sucked me in and made me so curious, so I began diving deep into it, trying to figure out what it all exactly means. The rest of this video is literally just a lore dump, I'm not even kidding. Your task in this world is simple. You must find your friend Kay. Kay seems to be somewhat of a colleague and a close friend altogether. It sort of gives me a similar image to Breaking Bad's flashback scene where Walt and Gretchen are working together. I can't say for sure whether the player character's relationship with Kay is a romantic one for sure, but a couple text boxes give us glimpses into how close they were, with Kay saying at a certain point that she feels bad about not moving cross-country with you, which friends don't typically just do, but science partners, maybe. Romantic partners, maybe yes, but they were most definitely close friends at the least. The game gives us insight into their relationship. Remember we would work late at night at the Fractal Labs in college? There was a service elevator leading to the basement that required a key that the facility staff had. One night while we were ready to leave the lab, we passed by the facility staff's office. We saw the key to the service elevator on a desk. We looked at each other thinking the same thing. We rushed in and grabbed the key, ran to the elevator, inserted the key, and took it to the lowest basement level. We emerged in a room with a lot of machines and strange devices. I danced around in joy. We made jokes about what the machines did. You dared me to turn on one of the valves. All of a sudden, the elevator was recalled back up. Soon, the elevator came back down and we panicked. We threw the keys on the ground and ran to an emergency exit. This caused the alarm to go off and we got the heck out of there. We caught our breath, laughed, and ate some cheese pizza at our favorite shop. What we mostly know is Kay needs you to save her because you are her scientific partner and her closest friend. Am I remembering this correctly? I asked you if you would be my lab partner for my research project in the Fractal Labs of the Theoretical Metaphysics Department. I was trying to prove a theorem I called the Tsar theorem and you agreed to help. Although this project we did was based in mathematics, I felt that if the Tsar theorem is true, it would suggest the existence of a certain inner world, an inner dimension to reality, which in my mind I would later call Tsar after our theorem. Is this dimension created or destroyed? Well, I think it is discovered, but I was not the first to discover it. I see messages from other entities, or is that my imagination? Back then, the Tsar theorem was as deep as I could understand, and it was as far as I thought anyone knew about this line of research. You both worked towards proving the Tsar theorem eventually succeeding. You played a big part in it, and without giving you some mumbo-jumbo lore stuff that she says in a string of messages, you proved a part of her research for her. Very soon after proving the Tsar theorem, you both received a call from a mysterious organization called the Inner Mechanization Agency. You turned them down and thought they were suspicious. She accepted the interview offer and eventually was accepted to work there after a 2-day interview period in which they asked her to crack mazes and solve moral dilemmas. I'm assuming that it took some time to prove the whole Tsar theorem, since she describes that you both met because she asked you to be her lab partner for her research project to prove the theorem. But later, she describes graduating and playing games with you at an arcade, where you make your move telling her that her eyes are pretty. Thinking about it from a non-mathematical perspective, if someone I was fond of gave me a specific compliment for the first time, I would distinctly remember it, especially if everything was left on a bittersweet note. Maybe the player character's motivation to find Kay is purely from the perspective of love and genuine affection for this person. She does also offhandedly mention this early on in the game. Do you remember how the chemicals smelled so terrible in the Fractal Lab? We would go back to our dorm room after working and put our clothes in plastic bags. The wording is a tiny bit ambiguous, but this implies that you shared a dorm room with her, which might therefore imply that some time has passed since you two became partners. One day you were strangers to each other, and the other day, you two were living in the same dorm room. Our friends joked that we stank like fractals. You and I had that smell in common. And so since you both stank like fractals long ago, now your fates are both intertwined within this fractal block world. It's a very poetic piece of lore. Reality itself within the fractal block world, or inner world, or Tsar world, seems at times like it is shaped by your history and ongoing story with Kay. When you enter the negative levels of the game, a mysterious figure, Ton618, leaves a couple of messages. When you enter the negative levels of the game, a mysterious figure, Ton618, leaves a couple of messages with one reading, "Looks like it is you and me in these parts. Welcome to my world. A little lonely, right? Maybe you should be going back to Kay." This mysterious figure is named after the ultramassive black hole, supposedly one of, if not the biggest black hole ever observed. In the game, it taunts you, but is somehow fully aware of the quest you're on. Even your experiences with Kay in the human world make their way over to the fractal one, with her explaining in one of her messages that after they graduated, they went together to an arcade and played games together. Do you remember that one game, Galaxy Brain Catastrophe? It was a space shooter. Each of us had a gun that was attached to the machine with a cord. I had the rocket launcher and you had the railgun. When it got too intense, we would both turn a key to fire the EMP. With EMP highlighted in blue, this is most likely a reference, or at least somewhat connected to the EMP weapon you use in the game. Well, maybe if you use it, I didn't use it very often at all. I did, however, use the rocket launcher and the railgun, which are also both weapons in the game. Could these weapons exist solely due to Kay's memories or yours? Also, Galaxy Brain Catastrophe is a very funny name, as Fractal Block World itself can be loosely described by those 3 words. We laughed when we died in the game, and I didn't know what to say when you told me I had pretty eyes. We thought that summer would be the last time we would see each other, with you planning on moving out west for your secretive job. You asked if I wanted to join you. You made a pretty convincing argument, but my heart was drawn to the Inner Mechanization Agency. Damn it, dude, we did everything right and still lost. The Inner Mechanization Agency is mentioned by Kay earlier on, actually, with her saying that she doesn't blame me for not interviewing when you had a bad feeling about them, going on to state that her interview was a 2-day ordeal solving mazes, solving logic puzzles, and answering moral dilemmas. She also went on to explain in detail what she did at the IMA. I was part of a team to solve very large-scale mazes. Sometimes I would get a personal assignment, other times we would work in teams, and sometimes the teams were quite large. We would be given schematics and blueprint descriptions for the mazes. We would be required to either solve the maze, going from start to finish, or prove that there was a solution. The finish point of a maze was called a core for some reason. When we were done, we would submit our report to the maze solution verification team. We would not hear anything from them unless there was a problem with our solution. Everything there was on a need-to-know basis. The problem solving was a blast, and I couldn't believe I was getting paid to do this stuff. However, more and more, I became suspicious of the motivation of the agency. Where was the agency getting these mazes from? Why did the agency care about solving them? I like to interpret this information as another parallel between the reality of Kay's life blending into the fractal world as a whole, with these dungeons and maze-like structures that you explore as a player existing solely because Kay worked with various mazes for God knows how long. The lore is incredibly large and stretches a wide span of made-up theorems, monologues from disembodied figures named after stars and black holes, so forgive me if I'm completely wrong, but I like to think that these messages that are left without signatures to guide the player around the world were put there by members of the Inner Mechanization Agency itself, or Kay's subconscious mind leaving her previous knowledge of solving these mazes behind, or a colleague of Kay's that studied these mazes as well and left comments around the fractal world to help guide others. Kay did in fact come across the hidden world at her work at the IMA, but I think the most plausible theory is that these messages were truly left there by members of the Inner Mechanization Agency itself, and we'll get to why in a bit. When she was accepted to work at the agency, her task was to solve very large-scale mazes, either alone or as part of a team. She really loved this work, and she was surprised by the fact that she gets paid to do work that is so fun and challenging. Solving mazes for hours a day does something to your mind, and it soon occurred to me that the Inner Mechanization Agency building itself was a maze. The building was very block-like, with each block-like region of the building labeled with a triple of numbers X, Y, and Z. The building was 16 block regions wide, labeled with a triple of numbers X, Y, and Z. The building was 16 block regions wide, 16 block regions long, but only 9 block regions tall. It bothered me that the dimensions were not an even 16 by 16 by 16. I said region of the building labeled with a triple of numbers X, Y, and Z. The building was 16 block regions wide, 16 block regions long, but only 9 block regions tall. It bothered me that the dimensions were not an even 16 by 16 by 16. I suspected that there were 7 extra hidden floors below the floors that I knew about. Let me mention the entire building was underground, so I could not go outside and look at it. The search for the inner world in my spare time was combined with my solving mazes at work, which was combined with my search for the hidden floors. During my lunch break, I would walk around the building and memorize the placement of halls and rooms, which I would write down in a notebook as soon as I got back to my office. I made the notebook look like another one of my maze assignments. This all cannot just be in my mind, because how do you explain why I had such a strange job? She then reveals a huge revelation. I was exploring the halls of the Inner Mechanization Agency looking for the hidden floors. I was in a restricted area that I did not have authorization to be in. There was a piece of paper with a yin-yang symbol on it with the words, "Maybe it is hiding in plain sight." The instant I saw the yin-yang symbol, my consciousness changed. I recognized it right away, even though I had never experienced before. It was the hidden world of Zar that I had been looking for in college, the inner world. I panicked and shouted, "No!" Immediately, I was snapped out of Zar, but I would never be the same after that. I had seen the world. I grabbed a piece of paper, put it in my pocket, and rushed back to my office. Her obsession with getting to the bottom of things to prove something as real, something that's existed since her days at college, and even before I grabbed a piece of paper, put it in my pocket, and rushed back to my office. Her obsession with getting to the bottom of things to prove something as real, something that's existed since her days at college, and even before that, was so deeply intense that she stumbled onto that bulletin board and that yin-yang symbol that gave her a glimpse into this other reality. She would steal this specific paper with the yin-yang and use it to access the other world. When she would enter it at work, it would make her feel as though an inner core was within her, as if she was a maze-like universe of her own, taking all the food and energy within her and converting it into this core that's inside of her. She willed herself into the Zar world, as she calls it, at work for the second time. My body performed my job. I was solving a very large-scale maze. Doing so, I felt an interesting sensation. As I was getting closer to finding the exit of the maze, which at work we call cores, I could feel something growing in my soul. Maybe growing is not the right word. Maybe the right words are being constructed. It was as if the energy in the food I ate was being converted into this growing core inside of me, but the energy from the food I ate was not enough. My heart and mind were also required to build this core. Once I solved the maze, I perceived this white spherical object inside of me and my senses were heightened. I think this object should be called an inner core. I was excited to go home and use this core to explore the plants in my apartment with my mind. I went out to leave a half an hour early when I bumped into this guy that was always talking about his boat. "Got any plans for the weekend?" he said as he smiled with a stupid grin. The instant we made eye contact, I could feel the bright core that I had constructed leave me and be transferred into his mind. My heightened senses dropped like someone had just turned down the lights. My inner core was robbed from me. I'm not sure what that man does for his job. I wonder if his true job is just to make eye contact with the maze solvers. Many other times I would try to enter the Zar world with my mind and do my job at work. I was able to construct various cores, each one a little different from another. Most times he would take the core with his eyes. I found a pair of sunglasses on the ground of a park, and I would wear them as I left the building. This helped somewhat. Unfortunately, the building has a retinal scanner that you need to use to go in or out. Once I was able to get past the man, but the retinal scanner took the core inside me, and it left me with a headache that lasted an hour. I prefer eye contact with the boatman over the scanner. The following became an obsession of mine. Is there a way to take the inner cores I construct in my mind while solving mazes outside of the building? The building has no windows, so I cannot have a friend standing outside the building who I make eye contact with. I wonder if there was a way to transfer the inner cores via eye contact to someone who has the ability to forward the cores to the appropriate channels. Now, not to rule out any possibility for the story, Kay could just be paranoid or misinterpreting hallucinations and passing them off as scientific discoveries, but the world exists, you are in it when you play the game, so it can't all be farcical ramblings. Maybe it's true that there's a man that talks about his boat that stares at people on their way out of the building just to keep the inner cores within the agency's building and property, so to speak. Retinal scanners sucking the inner core out of Kay might very well be by the building's design. The agency actively stealing inner cores from anyone that may try to take them outside of the building fits well with the notion that the Zar universe is completely known to the agency, and perhaps the reason why they ask entire groups of scientists to solve mazes for them without any feedback. Maybe these are mazes fabricated by Kay's mind, or maybe they were always in this world, always waiting to be solved, and that's what the agency attempts to do with these large-scale maze-solving teams. In the game, she explains in depth what the inner cores actually are. The answer will shock you, because it is very mathematical from top to bottom. Let me try and condense it. For every universe U, there is always an inner core C. C is necessary for the existence of you. The game also says that given C, you can recreate you somehow. So if you have an inner core, you can recreate a universe. Every universe has an inner core that is necessary for the existence of the universe. She then goes on to explain the math behind some other scenarios, which I'll display briefly on screen so you can try and wrap your head around. Goes on to explain the math behind some other scenarios, which I'll display briefly on screen so you can try and wrap your head. Head around it yourself, since it's pretty complex. And I'm a visual learner. Kay feeling the inner core inside her wasn't a chosen one type of situation, as it's commonly alluded that people other than her have one, as if we as humans can all have an inner core inside ourselves, meaning we are inherently a universe of our own. She goes on to mention a colleague, Jane, which sheds some insight into Kay's time at the agency, but also leaves further questions to be asked. One member of my very large-scale maze-solving team was Jane. She was very smart. She had a photographic memory. She would first look at all the mazes carefully, then she would take out her knitting needles and start creating a scarf or a hat or whatever. She would just knit and knit, not looking at anything. I guess that was her way of processing information. Within a few days, she would submit her report of the maze solution. I noticed that some of the stitches she made were strange. It was almost as if they were mistakes. However, instead, I think the stitches were some kind of way of calculating, like an abacus. I remember once we were assigned a quite large maze to solve, and this did something to Jane. She started knitting a purple scarf, but she never stopped. Days passed, and then a week, and then 2 weeks. She barely ate and rarely spoke. I wonder if she had constructed an inner core in her mind that was just too much for her to handle. Inner core in her mind that was just too much for her to handle. This means that it's not shifting into the Zar universe that manifests an inner core, but simply working on the mazes for the IMA would manifest an inner core, which proves why it is that the boatman and the retinal scanner exist in the first place. The IMA's mazes are in one way or another cognitively hazardous. If you obsess over them for too long, your mind breaks down. I would guess that most of the scientists tasked to work on these mazes wouldn't notice this manifesting power since they aren't actively looking for it. Or maybe inner cores manifest differently in everyone. A couple months later, I visited Jane at her house. Her parents were taking care of her. When I got there, I was disturbed to see how long the scarf was. I looked at the strange stitches as if I could somehow decode them to get a clue as to the true nature of the inner mechanization agency. Kay goes on to explain how she and Jane used to be quite close before Jane eventually became sick. She describes a snarky but friendly back and forth they exchanged while Kay was solving a Sudoku puzzle, and it caught Jane's eye. You know, you really should not be solving unverified puzzles at work. Is that a rule? I didn't see anything about that in the handbook, I said. It's not a hard rule. It is more like a rule which is sometimes meant to be broken. With that, she snatched the puzzle from my desk and immediately started filling in numbers. Within a few seconds, she placed it down on my desk. That one is ready for the verification team, she smirked. I checked it over and it looked right. I asked how she solved it so quickly. That's easy. I'm not one Jane, but a superposition of Janes, so I solved it in parallel. Whether Jane was joking and referencing their maze-related work, or if this was Jane attempting to show her hand to Kay, let her know that she's aware of the hidden world and somehow uses it to her advantage, is unclear to me. It is told through the story that Kay is able to talk to plants in her apartment once she's in the Zar world. Maybe Jane's power is one of superpositions. She's able to operate within multiple instances of herself.
Perhaps it's this power that made her go catatonic later on, and she's been accessing the world of Zar after all. Maybe the scientists working at the agency all tap into that Zar world unknowingly or knowingly, reaching a flow state to solve these mazes. The next text box is very telling, as it raises some red flags about Kay's mental state. The talented Jane came by my office before the end of work. This was a while before she got sick. When we got there, I told her I could have sworn she was wearing a white hat. Jane goes, "Nope, it has been red the entire day. Having memory problems? Your computer has been making some mistakes. Maybe you should bring it into the shop to get it checked out," she laughed. I'm assuming the last sentence is a joke between the two, but it goes to show that maybe Kay's memory was failing long before she became stuck in the fractal world, and that is why she is perhaps having trouble recalling some details from within her place of imprisonment inside an inner core. Why her memory fails her is unknown. My memory is terrible in reality, so maybe it's just a quirk of hers, or maybe this obsession with inner cores and mazes is beginning to take a real toll on Kay at this very moment. Jane is a very peculiar character, as she is only mentioned a handful of times, but she sheds so much light onto the agency itself that it warrants a whole part of this theory crafting just talking about her. Jane is also the one that explains how the mazes that they're tasked with solving are even made in the first place. She said that they were created by the maze encoding team. I pressed her more. She seemed uneasy. Well, if our client wants some computational task to be performed, it can be encoded into a maze, and by us solving the maze, they can reconstruct a solution to the original problem they wanted to solve. So what, are we computers being used to decrypt emails without our knowledge? I asked. Haha, maybe, she said, although a supercomputer would probably be better for that. These mazes that we solve are much better suited for the human mind. I told her that I didn't think that the human brain was powerful enough. Well, perhaps the human mind goes beyond the brain, she said. This gives us more of a breadcrumb of where Jane's knowledge rests with the idea of another world existing. She seems almost aware of another plane of existence where the mind can go, or at least open to that possibility altogether. She started to talk, but then paused for a few seconds. The mazes we are solving may not actually be finite. How is that possible? I mentioned the time I brought the Sudoku puzzle into work. That puzzle was 9 by 9, 81 squares. Each square can be one of 9 numbers, so there were at most 9 to the power of 81 possible arrangements. That is certainly finite, although quite large. Well, we live in an analog world. When you look at a square and it has the number 7 written on it, that written number consists of many, many particles, and there may be countless subatomic particles forming those particles, and this hierarchy of particles may go down forever like a fractal. Moreover, we are living in a quantum world of superpositions. When you see the number 7, an infinite number of hidden computations may occur in your fractal mind, and not every number 7 written down may be made up of the same underlying fractal data. These mazes that we solve for work are special because of hidden data encoded into them, she said. We both paused for a few seconds. Can you prove that? I asked. Of course not. Jane laughed. It's just a story I like to tell myself to explain why the heck I'm spending my life solving these mazes. Let me give you a piece of advice. You will never find any hard evidence for the questions you are asking. The best you will find is other people who share your beliefs based on a similar lack of evidence. So just stop asking and learn to enjoy the game. I might be reading too far into things, but that last line might be the writer of this story speaking to us as the player, telling us that some parts of the story are meant to be ambiguous and point nowhere. Or more plausibly, it's Jane warning Kay of the dangers of obsessing over finding the answer to every question she has. An excellent piece of foreshadowing when stitching the story together chronologically, because obviously Kay does not listen to this advice, and lo and behold, everything goes to shit. The story continues. Jane gave me a contact for the maze encoding team. His name was Tom. His team took the client's computational task to be performed, and they encoded the task into a maze. By my team solving one of their mazes, one could reconstruct a solution to the client's problem. Who are these clients? What is the nature of these mazes? Who is pulling all the strings? I had many questions for him, but he did not answer them. At first, I thought he did not answer because of security issues, but I gradually got the impression that he did not know these answers himself. He was just another link in the chain. He was dressed informally, not the typical work attire. He was wearing a t-shirt with the picture of the Milky Way galaxy on it. I wanted answers from him, so I willed myself to enter the hidden world. I stared in his eyes, then back at his shirt. Then I saw the words flash into my mind. Sagittarius, A star. The supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. The Intermechanization Agency's secret boss. Perhaps literally not a black hole, perhaps I should say codename Sagittarius A star. In the game, there's actually a character called Sagittarius A star that actually speaks to you or leaves messages through text boxes. Now, this entire time I thought I was literally speaking to a black hole, but this implies that Sagittarius A star is not actually a black hole, but a person or living being that taps into the hidden world and has incredible power and is somehow, I don't know how, but the boss or a higher up in the inner mechanization agency. Or it could be Tom, since Sagittarius A star is the name given to the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and he's wearing a shirt with the Milky Way galaxy on it. Maybe the mazes are being solved by human minds because Sagittarius A star, and perhaps even others, scientists, are exploring the Tsar world in an attempt to find some sort of real-world application for it or reach new scientific breakthroughs. Around this time, she would also realize that she could not take this inner core outside with her, as the man that would talk about his boat would bump into her, make eye contact with her, and it's as if the inner core was transferred completely to him. Her obsession is shown through her choice of words. She says, "My inner core was robbed from me." When she found sunglasses that would help her from looking at the mysterious man on her way out from work, she realized that the retinal scanner that you use to enter or leave the building does the same thing, stating that she was left with a headache after the retinal scanner siphoned the inner core from her. I like to personally think that much earlier in the arcade, the compliment that you gave to Kay about her eyes might have been an indirect cause of how the inner core would manifest inside her and be so deeply affected by her vision particularly, moving to the boatman and the retinal scanner when eye contact was made. Maybe she was so focused on the inner core that these things related to her vision would snap her out of whatever trance she was in. For Kay, it became an obsession, an addiction to go deeper into this world. It has been something that she's been working on for a long time, with you, without you, and not only does your friendship hold you together and make it possible in the first place to navigate this world and enter it in the first place, but it's also the fact that you studied the Tsar theorem alongside her. You, as the player character, are very intelligent and have a substantial scientific background. The only logical reason that she needs to explain something and spell it out for the player is because she's losing her mind in this world and needs to stay on topic or remind herself what anything she's talking about even means due to her deteriorating memory. She even explains how life was being perceived completely differently by her once she entered the Tsar world in her apartment, as I mentioned earlier. When I entered the Tsar world in my mind, in my apartment, I could feel smaller inner cores enter and leave my mind. For example, when I got a TV dinner out of the freezer, I looked at the box to find the number of minutes X to put it in the microwave, followed by peeling away the plastic, followed by putting it in the microwave for an additional Y minutes. I would always simply add X and Y and put it in the microwave once with that number. When my mind was in the Tsar world and I tried to add X and Y, I was struck by how bad the design of the box was. It took way too much mental energy to find the two numbers and add them together. I perceived that there was extra hidden data attached to the box, and me finding X and Y and then adding them was like solving a problem. That is, it was like some entity was getting some kind of computing resource out of me, like I was a calculator. This freaked me out so much that I put the box back in the freezer and ate an apple instead. The Tsar theorem itself made Kay realize that there's another layer to reality. The way she was transported into the world originally was through seemingly pure chance, a yin-yang symbol on a bulletin board. She even questions the logic of it all later. Why didn't staring at the Tsar theorem long enough cause me to enter into the hidden world? Kay also explains that to enter the Tsar world in her apartment, she simply stole the piece of paper with the yin-yang symbol on it and brought it home. She then took the paper out and willed herself to be transported into the world of Tsar, as if just manifesting it was enough. Like a chair, it worked. Really weird simile, because chairs do in fact work. Kay would solve these mazes while her mind was in the Tsar world. Then she would go to the local recreation center to play racquetball with a woman she met there. This unnamed woman is simply dubbed by Kay as her recreation contact. As Kay's knowledge of the Tsar world develops, she realizes that this name is a sort of terrifying pun. This woman is tied to recreation, or recreation theory, the process of creating again. This recreation contact would tell Kay the following one day. "Oh, what pretty eyes you have. Your eyes are purple and your pupils look like polka dots." There is an enemy in the game called a fanatic that you can actually see in some places of the game. Their defining feature, as mentioned by Kay to you through the text boxes, is that they are unique and do not require eye contact with you to deal damage to you.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
No.
Which, for the unprepared player, is not fun at all. They are purple and covered with black polka dots. The name Fanatic makes me believe that anyone that becomes a fanatic of this world turns into one of these creatures, or these creatures are meant to reflect to the player that the color purple and polka dots are directly correlated to fanaticism and being obsessed with this hidden world. If we go back a little, what color was Jane's scarf when she lost her mind? purple. Kay continues. We made eye contact and I could feel many inner cores in my mind being transferred to her, still leaving some cores for me. I hope these cores are being used for good, but there's no way to know for sure. Before we left, she told me my sunglasses were not very good. I asked what was bad about them. She said, because each lens only contains 12 railguns, and they are older models of the railguns, so they heat up quickly. I asked if she was joking, and she gave me a and they are older models of the railguns, so they heat up quickly. I asked if she was joking, and she gave me a dismissive smirk. She gave me her own sunglasses, which I wore from then on. The word railgun here is highlighted and most likely a reference to the railgun weapon you use as the player when exploring the fractal world. I believe that this recreation contact could have been doing one of two things. One, she could have been exactly that, someone that Kay would share her inner cores with for one reason or another. Or two, she could have been a plant, taking inner cores away from Kay, but then why would she help Kay by giving her a better pair of sunglasses? Were these sunglasses better after all? Recreation theory in the game is quite weirdly explained. I tried to piece it together, and the best I could come up with is that with recreation theory, you can physically build and alter reality. Remember, for every universe U, there's an inner core C that it requires to exist. Perhaps this theory is mentioned so prominently throughout the game because the agency wanted to weaponize recreation to reshape entire universes at will. Originally, I thought it was her tapping into the Tsar world so constantly that made her go too deep into it that she couldn't leave anymore. But there's a specific text box in the game that details exactly what happened and how it is that she found herself trapped inside the Tsar world. For weeks, my mind would enter the Tsar world while I worked on the maze. My senses were becoming more and more elevated. I was not even looking at the maze, I was staring at the ceiling. My mental visualization felt like my mind was a massive supercomputer, powered by a Dyson swarm surrounding the sun, brute force searching for pathways. My senses were becoming very sensitive, and all of a sudden in my mind I saw a bright flash of light. I got it! I shouted. At the instant I finished construction of the inner core in my mind, I felt no longer human. I felt like a god. The fire alarm went off. This was not a coincidence. I would not be able to transfer the inner core to my recreation contact. I would have to leave the building with it. With my hands shaking, I grabbed one of my pairs of sunglasses and put them on. I walked out of the building without using a retinal scanner. Outside, I was looking for my recreation contact, being careful not to look in anyone's eyes. I did not see her. People were turning away from me as if they wanted to avoid eye contact with me as well. Keep calm, I told myself. My mind was still in the Tsar world. All of a sudden, a flying disc hit me in the face, which was not a coincidence, knocking my glasses off and turning my head. Not thinking, I looked at the sun. Bang! It is as if a flashbang went off in my mind. The sun had entered my mind and extracted the inner core like a military operation. I had trouble thinking clearly. I took the paper I would look at to go in and out of the Tsar world. However, although I willed it to happen, I could not escape Tsar. I was trapped inside Tsar. Hours went by. Days. Weeks. My mind could not escape Tsar. Normally when my mind was in the Tsar world, it felt like I was 50% in my body and 50% in Tsar. However, now that I was trapped in Tsar, it turned into 60%, which then turned into 70%, and then even more. She says twice that things happened, but they were not coincidences. The fire alarm going off must have meant the agency knew she found this power. Her leaving and getting struck by a disc on her way out might have been malicious parties attempting to subtly grab that inner core from her. How is it that the disc struck those glasses off in particular? Perhaps this was the recreation contact's way of sabotaging Kay's plan of smuggling her inner core away? Maybe that's why the recreation contact gave her new glasses after all. Eventually, the Tsar world enveloped her entire mind, with her body perhaps still being in the real world. I believe that what happened to Jane has officially happened to Kay, bringing the Inner Mechanization Agency arc of Kay's plot to a full circle. In a way, tapping into the Czar world for Kay was an addiction, like I said before. She would tap into this world and feel a sense of empowerment while going out and doing her job, being in her apartment, and even going to rec social events while tapped into the other world, like smoking a joint before work. Kay's story and the plot as a whole is incredibly hard to definitively piece together due to how mathematical and theoretical this game is, which is why Jane's words ring so soundly in my head even now. You will never find any hard evidence for the questions you are asking. The best you will find is other people who share your beliefs based on a similar lack of evidence. So just stop asking and learn to enjoy the game. While writing the script and piecing the lore, it's the one thing I was constantly thinking about. None of what this video is talking about has any concrete evidence to back it up. I didn't consult any lore videos or threads trying to piece it all together. I didn't try to justify any of it beyond the text written within the game and information on the wiki itself, so my points might be widely considered incorrect. And here I am, hoping that you are those other people that share my beliefs based on a similar lack of evidence. But I digress. The developers behind the game are tying mathematical precision and an incredibly complex set of concepts that are half grounded by real mathematical science. It's to the point where it's not science fiction anymore, it's become math fiction. Let's not forget about Ton 618 and the other various figures leaving their thoughts strewn about. These are entities of some sort that are named after real stars and black holes. Are they entities or are they humans using pseudonyms due to the highly secretive nature of the Inner Mechanization Agency or the Inner Mechanization Agency's clients? Or maybe we are communicating with stars and black holes after all, with human beings within the agency tapping into the powers of these celestial objects. Is it because the world is infinitely expanding and shrinking that you are able to communicate on level ground with things that are unfathomably larger and smaller than you? That's where the math comes in. How do you communicate with something in a world that has a fourth dimension of infinite scale? This make-believe game about a mathematically precise world has a mathematically precise story that also has so many folds of its own that you can make a standalone video theorizing about each individual character that leaves text boxes around the world. And if you want me to do that, you just need to subscribe and let me know in the comments. Kay guides you through the game at times. Meanwhile, most other text boxes are written by someone or something else and are unlabeled, or sometimes written by entities that take names from stars like KY Cygni or Betelgeuse, or supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A star and Ton 618, who's actually a huge dick and never gives you any information worth thinking about, taunting you and giving you false information. Like I said before, saving Kay is the goal of the game, and to do that, you need to reach the inner core of the world by playing the game as one normally would, except there's no real normal way to play this game. But as you delve deeper, you start to notice that Kay isn't who she once was. She's losing her humanity while being exposed to this otherworldly place. She needs you specifically to save her. Why do I need you to save me instead of someone or something else saving me? I don't trust the people I work with. Am I being paranoid? I trust you because of our history. Maybe with your new job, whatever it really is, you've developed the skills to navigate this labyrinth and find a key to the universe. I'm hoping that you still have the will to save me. This hidden world is at best neutral and at worst devastating. The world doesn't care about me. Even the monsters that shoot don't seem to have emotion. They are just like particles obeying the laws of physics. She goes on to say that she is concerned for her humanity. It seems that Kay's mental state deteriorates as you find more text boxes deeper and deeper in the fractal world. It's hard to say how time passes in this world, or if time passes in a conceivable way at all. I've undergone a transition. In the past, I yearned to enter the hidden world and to prove that it existed. Now, on the other hand, I'm stuck in the hidden world and I cannot enter back into the normal world. More than that, I'm doubting if I can prove the normal world exists, and I'm even doubting the existence of the normal world itself. Perhaps it was just an illusion. I'm doing two things, doubting and forgetting. I begin to doubt if the normal world exists. Perhaps it was just a simulation carried out in the hidden world. Perhaps it was an illusion in my mind. What is my mind? Who am I? What is my name? Do I even have a name? I can't figure out my name. I do not think it is written down anywhere other than the letter K. Why is that? Do I have a body? So yes, I am forgetting who I am, or even if I existed outside this place. Do I even have a friend who would come to save me? When I write these messages, am I just talking to myself? Does anything exist outside of my mind? I think me doubting if anything exists outside my mind is called solipsism. How do I know that word? Did I invent it? Probably. I am pretty clever. And yet not clever enough to enjoy my situation or pull myself out of it. Or maybe I thought it would just be more fun if someone existed outside of myself to rescue me. That must be it. I am freaky. No. Something exists outside of my mind because you exist. Come on, Kay, try to remember. Kay's losing herself the longer she stays here, but where exactly is she staying? Is she within the inner core? Is that why we're traveling all the way towards it? Kay sheds some light as to that answer. You will not find my body in any place in this fractal world. This is a place where my mind goes, and now my mind is trapped here. This makes me think that we as the player figured out a way to physically be in the fractal world while Kay's body and mind are separated, with her mind stuck here while her body is still somewhere in the real world, perhaps in a similar state to Jane, who may yet still be trapped in this world with no one to save her. Maybe in Fractal Block World 2 we play as Kay and we must save Jane. I'm just joking around. It also explains why we as the player don't experience the same out-of-bodiness that Kay experiences and describes throughout the game. The memory loss, the confusion, the paranoia. We must be operating on a different, more physical level than Kay, which thusly means that we have found a safer way to enter the fractal world that keeps body and mind together, while Kay's curiosity and ambition got the best of her, making her enter the world in a fractured state, in a more dangerous state of being. She rushed herself and now faces the consequences. It's a miracle at all that she could reach you. Kay managed to somehow reach out to you specifically, but I don't think she reached out in a conventional sense. I feel like what she did was shape the reality in which you travel, leaving messages for you particularly because that's all she can do with her current state of mind. All of this in hopes that you enter the world at all and save her. After all, you're the only other person she knew that had any idea of the hidden world existing. And additionally, you were most likely the one person working on the Xar theorem along with her. Trying to explain the lore of this game feels very unstable, as a lot of it is up for interpretation it seems. My whole angle is to try and make it fit within the nuances of the gameplay and the science of the world. This game is truly difficult to comprehend. Towns exist but are made up of enemies and blocks, but no people roaming the streets. Forests are a thing, but instead of leaves you have these weird otherworldly structures and funky looking flowers. Apple trees don't quite look like apple trees unless you're like incredibly blind and take your glasses off. Then maybe they look like one. Judging the lore and filling in those blanks may sometimes be as nonsensical as the environment in which you find yourself. It's why my leading theory of why you see so many of Kay's messages written directly to you is because this world is shaped or somewhat influenced by her real self. The life she lived, the things she felt, the places she's been in, and even the mazes she would solve while working for the agency. It's also through her time at the agency and her previous experience with the other world that she's able to thoroughly explain how to find her and how to even locate an inner core altogether. It could very well be that some of the drawings, diagrams, or pictures you see were scribbled by her or were transported here from what was left of her memory. Maybe it was left by some other scientists though too, because I don't know, these drawings just seem so crude. My mind is now so entrenched and entrapped in this fractal world. Releasing me is no easy task. You must find a key to the universe to release me. I've learned that you can acquire one where you find inner cores. We're tasked with saving her by exploring the fractal world. The way she describes her mind exploring it is very simple, almost instantaneous, which furthers my theory about both your mind and body as the player character existing within the Xar world, meaning that you are bound to certain laws that maybe a mind alone wouldn't have to abide by. Health, having to move so slowly towards things, having to touch, grow and shrink capsules to grow and shrink. With Kay's descriptions, to her it seemed effortless. To you, however, it's a great challenge, and yet, out of your love and admiration for one of the closest friends you've had, you delve deep into the world, exploring every nook and cranny, shrinking further and further into the world until eventually you reach the inner core and realize that it isn't a place, it's alive, and you need to dish out an incredible amount of damage to defeat it. Once you prevail against the inner core itself, you can reach the very aptly named credits room, which contains the key to the universe. Using it will display one final message from Kay that changes depending on what difficulty you're on. All previous messages from Kay are labeled message from your friend Kay at the very top, and at the end, the last message simply says your friend Kay, and what difficulty you're on. All previous messages from K are labeled message from your friend K at the very top, and at the end, the last message simply says your friend K, meaning she is speaking to the player character directly at this very instant. It's no longer a message that she left behind. For the first time in the game, music plays, as your friend K says the following. Thank you for rescuing me. It was either my curiosity or bad luck that got me here in the first place. I'm lucky to have someone like you in my life. I need a change of pace after being trapped in a quagmire. Want to do dinner and a show and take it from there? This final line is what confirms Kay's return to the player's embrace and the idea that you're both tied together at the end of this adventure. You both still stink like fractals after all. You finally made your journey back to her, and now your relationship, which was originally put aside because of Kay's obsession with this world, can flourish because of your dedication, perseverance, and willingness to understand a world completely unlike your own. Looking back on the story as a whole, I think the silliest part is how crude the game looks, yet how deep its story can cut. It's a story about supermassive black holes and particles floating in empty space, about ever-expanding knowledge and what that can do to the human mind, about understanding and living in 4 dimensions all at once. It's also a terrifying story of losing oneself in an attempt to prove something. At the beginning and the end, it is truly a story about companionship and true love. It is quite a unique game, and I'm ultimately really happy I picked it up because I know there's no other game that'll ever be quite like it. It's a genuinely weird yet interesting and fun experience. Sometimes it feels quite existentially jarring, making you more conscious of the infinite expanse that exists in front of our own 2 eyes as the human playing this game. The story weaves into this entire philosophy, with Kay questioning what is real, what isn't, and grappling with existentialism as the 2 worlds coexist in her mind, and as she fades further into the Tsar world. Things can truly only get bigger or smaller, and it's interesting to think about what life is like for little things that exist inside a size a bazillion times smaller than ours, or if there are entities so much larger than us that we can't even fathom their existence. Most important of all, this game helped me realize that we live in an age where video games no longer force us to fill in the blanks. We have realistic graphics at our fingertips, and now we largely do not need to worry about the version of the game that exists in our minds. With Fractal Block World, I'm brought back to those days where crude graphics were a breeding ground for your mind to run wild. Retro games, for this reason, spoiled us with the greatest gift of all, the gift of imagination. These things don't look like flowers, but they're meant to be, and so now this is a flower to me. These forests are very weird looking, and the trees are made up of abstract green blocks, and yet it eventually did become a forest to me. These spherical enemies that sound a bit funky eventually became terrifying when I knew the true power behind them and how quickly they could kill me. This game only became more memorable to me when I chose to dive deep into what this story could mean as a whole. And I'm truly thankful that this game's design naturally enabled me to try and piece it all together. And I completely forgot to mention that this game also has a whole engine upon which anyone can make their own Fractal Block world and play around with interesting settings themselves. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to Dan and the rest of the Fractal Block World team for putting such a one-of-a-kind game together and keeping it updated to this day.
Oh, and if you're interested, check out my game on Steam below. It's not out yet, but you can wishlist it right now.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and get the rest of this game's dungeons explored so I can get all of the achievements in this incredible and quirky game, because that is my version of fun. Take care, and don't forget to brush your teeth. If you saw this on an Instagram
Previously on Ref.
Hey, I'm Verity, your